So today I'm working on Tanco again. This is my test-driven teaching environment for programmers. And today my goal is to make this state machine here. So let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. The idea is that, well, the idea is that as you start your challenge, you have a bunch of tests that are in front of you, but you haven't like accepted a test yet. So you say Tanco next to get the next test. Now you're in build mode, right? You move from start mode to build mode. And in build mode, you're going to be in a situation where, in general, you've got a test in front of you that you expect to fail because you haven't built it yet. You haven't added any code to make it pass yet. So you expect this to keep failing and failing and failing as you make changes, or possibly you just knock it out on the first try, whatever. And then the idea is now you, when all those tests pass, you go into change mode. And then from change mode, well, that means that you are all your tests are passed, and so you are free to refactor. You're free to optimize. You're free to like move, do whatever you need to do, any kind of maintenance. Commit your changes to your version control system, that kind of thing. And then you say, okay, finally, I want the next test. And then either one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to get the next test, and then now you're in build mode again, or you're going to get the next test, and there are no tests, in which case you've completed the challenge and you're done with the course. So that's kind of how that goes. Of course, at any time, when you're changing things, the intent is that you could run the tests, and then when the tests run, one of the tests that previously were passing could now fail, and so that causes you to go into fix mode, where you need to get that test to pass. And of course, maybe you would fix the that could happen in build mode or change mode. And when you're in build mode, it could be the case that you fix the new test but cause something else to break, and then once you fix the old test, then everything passes, and so now you go to change mode. So it's a little bit, it's not terribly complicated, but I need to track it. And here's why I need to track it. Because so in the front end, you're going to go to, this is still kind of in flux, but you go to my data, you see all your attempts, and of course that would probably look a lot nicer than some random string, but you see your attempts. So these are the tests that you have accepted and that have passed, right? But the question is what to put here. You want to tell the user like what state you're in. And right now, the only way to see like what you actually should be doing is to go to the command line right now and type Tanco show, which I just did already. So it says all known tests have passed. Use Tanco next to fetch the next test. Okay, so we say Tanco next, and now in theory this should immediately put something up here. But even if it doesn't, once we go, we refresh and go back to this page, we still have to make the decision about what to show when you first visit that page. And what really should happen here is it should show this. But the database doesn't really know that. Right now, it only knows the test that you've passed, and it can determine the next thing that you should do, but it doesn't. The way it does that is it looks at all the tests that have passed, right? So it can tell what the next test should be, but really it should show you this when you first come there. But then the question is like, it shouldn't just show it immediately. It should only show it after you've done Tanco next, because again, once you've passed some number of tests, you're in change mode, and you shouldn't have a breaking. We don't want to give you. The rule is that you should only add new features when a test is breaking, when you have a failing test, and then you should only make structural changes when all your tests are passing, right? So you need to have some way of determining which of these two states you're in, and that's easy when you're in the command line, because you can do that with your own. You can just track it in your head. But here, to determine what to show here, I need to track that explicitly. So what I've done so far is I've created a field in the database in the attempts table called focus. So on that focus, and focus is going to be a pointer. It's going to be a foreign key that is a foreign key that references one of the tests. And so what needs to happen is whenever a test fails, basically, we need to, whether an old test fails or a new test fails, we need to send something to the server. It's a little bit more tricky than that, because until you pass the test, you don't get a rule from the server telling you how to validate it locally. And that is so that the server is in charge of what the next test is. Otherwise, you could just pass everything with a bot and download the entire course, which is not, I mean, which is fine. You could be able to do that, but the intent is that based on what you do, the server might choose different paths for you. So I intend to make this kind of like a game where you've got like branching options and stuff. So the next test may depend on your choices. So, for example, you might tell it to print out a menu, and then the menu would contain the next, the list of features, and you say pick one of these features to add to the menu, and add it to the menu. Now, when we look at the menu, and then we choose what the next branch of the course is, or something like that. So, or it could just just flat out ask you what the next thing is, and then rather than running a test, it just asks you a question, and then makes a choice. So anyway, that's the idea. There is that there's some kind of branching thing, and so the server doesn't do that. Doesn't know what the answer is. So there's sometimes the tests when you type Tanco test, sometimes those are run locally. Like most of the time they're run locally, but for anything that is the new test, we don't know what the answer is, right? So the new test does not give you a rule for validating it until you pass the test. So I think I've got it worked out, and let's just go down the list and see what happens. So we update focus on Tanco next. Right. So if and also there's two copies of this, the database. One is on the server, one's on the client, and we have to make sure that they stay relatively in sync. So I think the way that is going to go, let's do this one first. On a clean test run, we need to update Tanco test and so on clean Tanco test run, clear focus, and possibly notify server. Yeah, I think yes. Yeah, so if we find ourselves clearing the there's also the situation where like you could clear the test and then you set it locally, and then the server just your internet goes down. So I think you just always send the message on Tanco test. Whatever the result is, we always send a message to the server. So I'm going to remove that word possibly. And we also have to do it if the test fails. So basically, at the end of Tanco test, every time, no matter what happens, we have to send some message to the server. And then the server can choose to retain that information or not. Like if you run the test 100 times, you just send 100 messages to the server, and the server just probably won't record that. I'll probably only record it if it changes. Okay, so how do I do this now? So I guess in the driver, so the driver is the command line tool, and it has all the commands in it. What is it? Control Shift negative to collapse everything. Yeah. Then in here we should have some commands that say do test, and it just calls runner main. Okay. So if you couldn't run do it to a permissions error, all of this needs to be tracked really as well. This would never happen. Like this probably should not happen anymore. But we do raise it in somewhere. Get challenge, raise no test binary. Yeah, this whole logic has changed quite a bit. So, I guess right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to. So let's just call this fail, and fail will take what? It will take a T is a test description. It's going to take an error message. And then what I call actual, which is your actual output. I always use the word actual for that. I don't know if I think the Copilot made that for me. Implementation is passed. Okay, so whatever we do, we're gonna print the error, print the message, and exit. Sys.exit. And I'm just going to make message be a list of strings as well. And that way we can say so then and this would be like option. I don't know if there's an option word in here. Python, but so we would say fail and then just change these lines to that. There we go. And this is fail with an okay, so we're going to fail with a string of E. And then this, oops, sorry. And then this. Basically just convert all these like multi-line print statements into failure so we can also send this information to the server in a second. And we're going to say fail. And I don't know why there was a empty blank line there, but there was. String of E. Okay. Right, and then handle unexpected error is also going to call fail. So let's move this down here a little bit. Under fail. Trace back print exec. So there's some way to get a format exception, maybe? Format exe. Or return a string, yeah, that's what I want. So just change print to format. So we will say fail with the, oh, I guess I want the messages first, right? Because I'm sending them all here. So this should be fail with a message, and then if there's a test and actual output, we'll put that in a minute. Right, so that only happens if we actually got to a test. And this should be for line in message, print line, right? It's kind of cheesy. But okay. Why does it do that way? This should be format. This would Be a nice job. I probably can Control Alt Shift. No, because it's going to do like a million different things. So just Alt click to make. Do it like that. At the end, and put a comma. It still didn't do it right. What? Ah! I feel like I messed something up. Future, and then this would just be an empty line. And then GitHub. Actually, that is now tangent code, is where I've moved the repo. Yeah, so basically asking you to add a bug report. And this guy, this is mad because it got moved in here. Okay, because it got indented. I accidentally had one extra cursor, I guess. Okay. Probably this is you know, now we're losing any kind of type information about this, but whatever, this is fine for now. Probably want some more robust handling or whatever. Okay, so no unexpected error. And here, when this failed, so this is the run tests. Run test, local check output. Yeah, this is really it just changed over time so much that it needs to be refactored. It's too nested down. This error will be executed when a user fails a test or when the user disconnects. So right now, this is only in we haven't talked about connecting at all yet. Right now, this is about when the test. So everything I've done just now, these are all cases where the local client failed to run your code for some reason. And then this particular case up here, run test, that calls local check output. And if it fails, it raises an error. So I guess that would also be covered here. Test failure. So okay, so test failure is caught. I'm not expired. Else ePrint error. Okay, so ePrint error is gone here. And so then we would say fail with ePrint error, except it's not print error, it's like format error. Where is print error? That's in test failure. Version error. There are different kinds of test failures. So we should say, I guess along those same lines, def format error. And that would be, and so this would be for line in self format error. Oops, format underscore error. Print line. Right? Print. Print line. So return. Oh no, I guess. I guess probably, yeah, plus solve diff is probably maybe something like this. Plus self diff, and that's it. A little bit weird way to write it, but whatever. How to patch your output to pass the test, and then self diff. Okay, so now if we run, let's fail a test. Somewhere there should be like I haven't looked at this code in forever. Somewhere there should be like a thing that is, oh, I see, it's just adding, oh, that's cheap. I'm just storing the exact, the whole system as a string, so, print. I'll just add something when I print it, okay. So we'll just print an extra character here. Put an X at the front of each line. And then when we run, so I got to test that the test system is still working. In theory, that was a refactoring, but we say Tanco test. And it should fail like on the very second test, the P test. Oh, what's happening? That doesn't look good. But I didn't even compile that, so like that didn't cause the problem. Fail is missing 2 required positional arguments. Oh, I know what happened. It was going into an infinite loop, right? Because if you want them to be optional and don't put any data in there, you got to say or none, or you got to give them a default value. That was dumb. Okay, so wherever I put the word fail, I have to say test description is none. So that error was happening, but then it was being caught in an infinite loop somehow. Somehow that was being caught. An empty line is not killing program. That's not actually tested by the test, but that is what check is running. If we just say echo Q through that, I would expect that to work. Yeah, that works. Okay, so I think Tanco test works now. I'm just not handling the sorry, Tanco test. Yeah, right, and then Rust C. my program.rs. Normally I use cargo to compile everything, so that puts it in debug mode. So you get a stack trace if you want it. Oh, we got 3 people watching. Hello. Hopefully this will be a little bit shorter. Won't be an 8-hour video, but who knows at this point. Is my machine just slow? Is that just also should be extremely fast? An SVG thumbnail provider for Power Toys is very high. I'm just going to kill that. Power Toys is just a thing that this and OBS is very high. Other than that. Anyway, so I had introduced an error that puts the letter X in front of in front of every single character. Okay, so that this error is now being trapped. And so that needs to be allowed. So you say here except system exit. The way sys.exit works is it raises system exit. There we go. Okay, so that would none. Why did it print the word none? Because format error. No. Something I passed in was not a function call and not a. Oh, I bet it still said print error down here. Let's see where did it go? I bet if I search for print underscore error, yeah. So this was printing the error, but I needed to call that new function that I made, which is format error. Otherwise, it's printing out the word none. There we go. This is actually not what I wanted the failure to look like, but yeah, this is what we want. I'm going to print an X at that, not on every single character. This is printing the grid in Tetris or in LearnTris. So do that. So this is actually printing out. So we want to say like format error lines. So error lines, something like that. And then in the because I was wrapping that list of lines in a list, so it's just printing out one list. That's what we want. It's just telling you to get rid of this line on every step. And we're good. All 7 tests passed. Okay, so that was cheesy, but now we have a place right before we. Okay, so now, when I did that here, we're also gonna send test and actual is test yeah, e actual, okay. This test failure has an actual class, actual field. Does it? No, does not. Yeah, okay. I guess I was gonna try and track the I was gonna try and track the actual output that your program sent, and I think I might defer that right now because this is kind of a mess. Check output actual. Because I lose that data. I have the actual here, but then when I run the test, we have check output, and then we get the result from the server. Like this could be like to do. Well, actually, in this particular case, the server knows what the error is because the server was the one who told us what the error was. It's here. Where we have the local res. So the local res fix that. So we want to. I kind of I want to like I wish I could clean up this whole thing, but I don't want to spend like an hour doing that right now. Maybe I should, but I don't want to. I'm just gonna defer this. So like do send actual error. Except no, because if you're looking at the screen and expecting to see the error, you have to send this. So we have to send this. So that means result kind fail local res error. Basically check output. Error equals z, and we just got to pass in the actual equals actual. So test result needs to have an actual list of strings is equal to, and then we got to give it a default factory. How does that look? Field default factory list. Okay, so then a test result will always have an actual attached to it, and then remote res error. How about, wait, hang on. The result has the error associated with it. We want the error to have the actual associated with it. Not test result, but test failure. Cleaning a code is more time consuming than the mess itself. Self.actual equals actual. See, the thing is, I wrote this evolved from the LearnTrist runner, which I wrote 10 years ago, right? For a completely different set of situations. Like you knew what the actual was because you were never sending it to a server. There was no server involved. So I would have designed it completely differently from the start if I had done that. But so basically everything in runner.py is, it's like nested in a weird way because it started out as a completely different kind of program, or it did things much differently, and now it's like it's not like it's like if you unrolled it and like embedded every like if you inlined every function, you'd have one giant function that like made sense, and then you could inline it a different way. It's the chunks are weird. It's weird, oddly chunked because of the way it evolved over time. And I should probably clean that up quite a bit and make a. Okay, but so anyway, so the error is going to be in here. Right now, there's only one kind of error you can have. So I think it's safe to say that assertion error def get. Wow. See, the problem is an assertion error is not a data class, so it doesn't have the same kind of like way of thinking about this. But I think this is only like raised in one different place. And this is I think at this point we don't know what we would lose that data because we're not sending the error over the wire with a, or are we though? Whenever we create a line diff failure, we will do that. And so whenever we create the problem is it's serialized, right? We can't send an object. We have to serialize it, and this is the serializing, unserializing kind of thing. And I'm doing that explicitly, and I have to make sure I do it in every place. I don't have like a framework to just like round trip from data classes to JSON or whatever. up actual. Well, but if the error contains the actual, it's because this is I've changed I've got error.data, but I don't have, yeah, so line diff failure needs to have a from data and then to data, right? From data. And then data from error. Data error.data error data. And then line diff failure. Yep, that's exactly what I want. Actual, and then here when we dump this, we're going to send. Yes, that's right. Diff and self diff. I think that's okay. This was way more complicated than I was thinking. I think this is a little cleaner. We only have one kind of failure right now because every test is the same, is a diff test. And I think now in the future there will be more, but I want to set the precedence correctly. So based on the kind, probably there'll be a bunch of lines that look exactly like this, and then we'll just say, you know, based on the kind, we pick which class to do, and then we say from data of the data, right? And then whatever data is involved in that. So line diff rule data. I think that's good. Oh, this is a little weird because now the server is going to send back the actual data that we. That's okay. It doesn't matter. It might be a little wasteful, but I'd rather like send all the data and have it always there, and then. You know, because the idea is that the result kind fail is like a message that's being sent back, and if it's sent from the client to the server, we're just telling the server that this was the failure. But we always need to do that. There's one of two things that can happen. The server can figure out that there was an error. So we send either A, we don't know the answer, so we send the output. We always send the output, and then the server sends back a message to the client saying there's the thing, so that it shows up in the terminal. And then you may or may not also be connected to the web browser, right? Because you can do this totally in the terminal or totally in the web browser, or both. Hello, Salim. Hi, I'm new here. Can you give me the context of the project? Well, if you look at tangentcode.com, that's the front end to it. Basically, we're making a test-driven teaching platform. So you have a bunch of tests to pass, and then you get tests one at a time, and then that you write a program to pass those tests. And I was doing something that I thought would be very simple, and I'm running into like a mess in the code itself. So that's the context here. Yeah, I'm like, I thought I was very close to an alpha build here, and I was trying to defer some of the cleanup until after I got this into the hands of people. This was not even supposed to be hard. Well, okay, let's do this. We have a test. The test is failing, right? Oh no, because I didn't. All right, so when we so right now we're printing out we're making a Tetris game, and you know these are the tests that we've got so far. Maybe what's going on here? My server down? Oh. And something is wrong. Engine code is up. The test server is down. What's going on here? This thing is not responding. Doesn't say the load is crazy. I'm just gonna kill it. All right, anyway, so we go here, we go here. This is a test I've run. These are all the tests I passed so far, and now I'm going to break this test. We're supposed to print out the Tetris grid, and it's going to break by, this is some Rust program I wrote 100 years ago, and this is printing out the grid. So for Y and whatever, we're going to print an X at the end. Or I guess we could put the X at the front. Not print one, but just print. Okay, and now if we recompile it and run it, all right, so I did break something. Differ, compare, actual, expected. So we need to pass in actual. Okay, so all this, you know, the first, yeah, I passed one test, which was the test that tells you to quit. So we quit without printing anything, and then print failed because I put an X in front of all these lines, and so one of 7 tests passed, and then this one failed. Okay, so now what I want to do, what I want to happen is when I do this, it should immediately say that this test failed, and it should like point out that this test failed and show this on the screen. All right, so let's just do that one little leg of the problem here. So first of all, I'm going to commit my changes. GD Tanco. And basically what I've done here is wrap up errors to send, like I wrapped up all the freestanding prints. So wrap up error output, wrap error output to send to server. Okay. My state machine here. So I drew the state machine here. You start, you get the next test. A test fails and an old test fails, but I don't have anything that's saying what happens if the tests don't run at all. I think that's we got to record that differently, but we record it with a we record the failure without a link to a test, and we just say whatever. So in any case, we're going to send a message, and then the test that failed might just be blank, might be null. I don't need that right here. Okay, so in that case, let me finish doing what I was doing. Yeah, just wrap error up at send server. Okay, so now where I said fail here, so I wrapped all the or most of the printing for the error messages that happen locally. Instead of just printing locally, we're going to send a message here. So when we do that, we're going to say we're going to print it locally, and then we're going to try to send it to the server. So if t we're going to say C client equals, or how about C you have client, yeah, client imported. Oh, I already have it here. So we just say C equals Tanco client. C report a failure. Do I have that? No, I don't. That's new. Let's see what this actually has. Control Shift minus to see the outline. So we're going to say it's really like report result. More like def send result. I was thinking maybe I could just send this, but it's more like send test result and then the attempt, and then we're going to send a result object, right? Because a test result can either be pass or fail. So we're going to say attempt and result is a test result. Okay. Attempt result to data. I think that's fine. I think that's all we need. And then this will be called, this is what we call when we don't have a way to run the test locally. And this is what we send when we do have a test. But we do have a way to send it locally and it failed. Or we ran the test and they all passed. Right, so we're going to send the result when it fails. Anytime anything fails, we're going to send the result. But sometimes it could fail because the check output happens. Like if it failed remotely, we don't want to send a result back. We're not going to do that. We're going to expect, like we actually could. It would simplify it, but by sending too many messages, right? So I'd rather have the server just know that the output failed, and it would tell the WebSocket and tell you. But rather than sending a message back and then you send a message saying, "Hey, something failed," it should just know. The server should do both. Right, so that means that we only send this result if the result wasn't remote in the first place. So we got to track that. Although I guess it doesn't really matter. Like that's more of an optimization. So send result. No usage found. Okay, so that's because I haven't called it yet. So because it says send result. Maybe I want a t result here. Yeah, so model.test result. And that has an actual in it, so we don't need this. Oh, but yeah. So this was going to be send result, c.send result, tr.attempt. No, we don't know what attempt we're doing. So tr. How are we getting the attempt result? Oh, config.attempt. Okay, so so fail needs to have a config in it. And every time we call fail, we have to put a config in it. Fail. Almost every message has almost every call to this thing has a a config. Okay, so CFG. Now it's all going to be mad because it wants everything lined up, which is annoying. I should have a comma there. And every time we call it now, I think has a config in front of it. Nope, we're missing one right here. This doesn't have a config. I guess we could just read the configuration. Except, whatever. I'm just gonna. This makes me think that these are all methods on some object that has like the config inside of it, and this like the runner object or whatever. But that means this needs a config. But that has a config. And the unexpected error is global, so we don't pass anything into it. And that is one, and then these both have a config as well. CFG, CFG. Hi, it's my first time here. What are you programming? I'm making a tool. Actually, it's if you go if you search for the word learntris, learn programming learntris. I'm making a runner for this. I made this about 10 years ago. It's a tool for running that teaches you how to build Tetris, but it's really ugly and it runs in the console. And so I'm making a web server that is going to make this easier for people to try it. So the idea is that we're running a bunch of tests locally and sending the failures to the server. That's where I'm at. All right, so let's try it. Tanco test. Tanco test. Mkind module, Tanco module has no, oh, right, because, okay, so runner. 9236, I just put the wrong variable. So we want to say tr.kind equals result kind fail. And send result is going to have, all right, so then the point of that was to get the config.attempt. The attempt is the server is tracking your particular attempt to run through the course or a course. So learn interest would be one course and there'll be other courses and so on. Tanco test. Test description object has no attribute kind. TR is a test description. Okay. Because somewhere in there I passed in a test instead of a description. Right here. Most of the time they're blank. This is a, so what we actually want to do is do I even have a test result at this point? Yes, I do, because I'm raising an error here. So I'm like raising some. I'm raising remote res error if we do that. But rather than raising this error, we just say fail. Fail config. And then, what is it? How do I see? Yeah, test result is local res. So if it's a failure, then just fail. What is the message? So the message fail config. So local res, not error, but error lines. I guess no, every error. If it has an error, then error lines. Every error should have error lines. Error is a test failure, and every test failure should have error lines. And then I'm just going to say if error lines not implemented error. That's it. And then print error. I don't know if we even need that, but that would just print all the error lines. Well, it's complicated for me too. I'm trying to simplify it. I'd like to have a nice little quick intro to this, and then, yeah, that's the trouble with live streaming. You know, there's so little context. You know, it's easy to film something that's like, you know, short. Oh, what's happening here? I ran the test. It showed me the failure of the test, and I've got some kind of infinite loop going on. Run test calls local check output, which can fail. And here we have to say except system error. because otherwise we're getting that same infinite loop somehow. So we'll just say raise. Not system error, system exit. There we go. And now we're posting. Okay, so now we got to the point where it's getting a JSON error. So now it's posting this message to the server. And the server has not, we have not written the thing on the server to make it happen, to do something like that. So we're sending it to result to data. Okay, and then so on the server, which is app.py, I'm gonna close everything except this file. Maybe close other tabs. And let's load up app.py. And maybe move it over here. Maybe hide that. Maybe make my head smaller. All right, so this is a uses a web framework called Quart. It's a port of Python's Flask, the Flask library, the Flask web framework, to an asynchronous model. And so we have check this. So this is like the one that oh, it's the ugly thing. Okay, so right here we're gonna say app.route result method equals post. That's correct. Send result for attempt. Sure. Okay. And that's pretty much it. Validate the JSON web token that's coming from the client. I'm leaving these as to-dos because otherwise there's going to be like a bunch of repetitive code, and I think I'm going to do a pass in here where I just like make one little wrapper function that does it for everything, and there's like one streamlined way to do it. Validate that the attempt belongs to the user. Yes, same thing. Same thing. Let's make a function here. We'll just stick it in the database. We'll call it db say rows equals db do I need the same thing? Well, hang on. So we're gonna say we need like the so here the test name is in the URL, but we don't know what the test name is because we're getting it somewhere else. So we could say test name equals like, yeah, get the form and get the test, except it's JSON. Or how about TR? We're gonna get a test TR data is gonna get result. Except it's JSON again. JSON. And then TR is going to be test result from data, TR data. That's about right. All right, so now we have a test result. Does the test result have a test name? No, it doesn't. So once again, we've lost some context in the. So we need to say like at least the test name. And then when we say to data, maybe we'll pass in something. We'll pass in something like this. Like instead of doing that, we'll do. String. Okay, so let's go back here, and we're gonna accept that this can be. Oh, that this can be empty. But I think. Hang on. The only. Oops. It's only used in one place. This is the only usage in all of it. So we got to send in the. Like maybe just the name. TN is the test name. String. So we're going to send. If we have if we're only going to try to do this if we have a test name and a test result and test result. We're going to send them both in, and then we just won't worry about the cases where it like it couldn't run the program at all or something. We need to handle that, but I'm just not going to worry about it right now. I guess that's kind of the benefit of running it locally. Like you can yeah, eventually I want to get rid of the whole local thing, and then you run it in the cloud, or you run it locally if you really want to, but you don't have to look at it every 5 seconds. But like, at least now you can see the failure in the terminal and like do something about it. And I guess that's what we're gonna just live with for the alpha version, which is depending on how how soon that is depends on how many more features I add. So better to cut features, I guess. So I'm going to leave also this. This is also going to be none. And then, so then the only place where we need to call it is up here, right, where we actually have the test. And we're going to say test.name. Okay, so then every other time it fails, we just don't send these two parameters and we just print out the message like we always have. And then, but when we have a test name and a test result, we're going to send that to the server. And we're going to send, and the test result is a failure. Then we're going to send the test send result. But I almost want to say like just send an error, because there's two different situations and they take different arguments. So like send error or send failure, send fail. And this is what we send when there's a failure, because if there's no failure, then we're going to send a pass, right? So we'll say def send pass self attempt test name string. No, there's no test name, right? This is so redundant. I want to do a pass that cleans these up. So we're going to send pass. This is an all clear kind of thing. And we don't need to send any arguments. We just send the fact that we just hit here, right? Oh, I see. You must send the result. send a result to check out. Okay, so send again, kind of redundant, but whatever. Attempt, and we're gonna send fail here. We're gonna have one URL for failures and one URL for pass, and we're gonna post to that URL. And when we fail, we're gonna send the test name and the result. Now it's nice and simple, or at least simpler. All right, so now we're going to say pass. We're going to say send attempt fail, or send test pass, like all test pass. Send attempt passed. And we don't get the result here. And then another one for fail, where we do get the right, so we have a pass and we have a fail. What's wrong with this? Are you mad at that? Because I don't actually say anything down. And it wants 2 spaces. Okay, so again, same thing that I would do later. Right now, you can't actually log in, so there's one user, and you just use my user, right? So there's only one person doing the test. So, all right, so we got that far, and last time we tried to send the test, it failed, and we should at least, let's just return OK in each case. Return OK and return OK. So this is the HTML output of that post request, or the the output of the return of the HTTP post. Tanco test has no object send result because I changed the name. I am logged in, and that could be triggering something. So this is the cause of the nested thing. So nested, no, that can't be the case. System exit is handled there. I'm looking for someplace else that like could cause a infinite error loop. It's like one of these, right? But every time I have one of those, let's just look for accept. Every time we have one of these, I cut it off. So this is inside of an environment error. This is, we check there. Check there, and we check there. There's only 2 of them. handle unexpected error itself could try something. So let's say try this. Except exception as E. And, yeah, let's say E, or it's a trace back E, print exception. This is .exit. I think that traps everything. Nope. But this is not the. It's just not getting an error message. It's not getting anything back. Is this server like taking forever to run? No. Responsive. Okay. Did I send something to the server that? Like, I know this is kind of half finished, but where am I sending? I'm sending to off JWT. But what one thing I can do is I can run the old server, which is cat run server, run this. This puts it in like debug mode. This is the development server that comes with Corp. Which tends to give you like a message at the start of the request as well. Let's try that again. Yeah, so something's happening here. We got post fail, but it didn't take forever this time. All right, so we're getting some JSON. We're supposed to get JSON back. But whenever you give it a string, it just it just treats that as text output. But if you give it anything other than a string, it treats it as JSON data. Okay. I bet that works. Yeah, that worked. It hadn't. It was a race thing. It hadn't finished uploading yet. The async stuff sounds like it could be hard to debug. Well, I mean, the nice thing about async is it's all one process. I think what I was seeing here was, yeah, the server was. I don't actually know what happened there. Like I haven't changed anything, and now it's running. So I think the server was doing something screwy, and I don't know why. I've noticed the Hypercorn server sometimes gets into a weird state, and again, could be something I'm doing. So yeah, I don't know. Okay. I also haven't. I started out writing tests for this thing. Like if you look here, there actually are challenges for what this used to be called Rogo, and I only wrote 2 tests. And it's kind of my own fault. I have not been writing tests as I go along. I'm in such a hurry to get this out the door, and I don't know. I'm taking on a lot of technical debt. Okay, app route. Because I mean, what I really want to test is not the server. It's the lessons. I want to get feedback on LearnTrist. But you got to have something working to get LearnTrist out the door. You have to be able to serve it. So I guess it is partly this, because you just download LearnTrist right now and play it. But this is better, I guess. You know, I want the experience to be nice for people. So, like, I even want to put a layer on top of this that, you know, this is kind of like the generic API and like a front end for your API. But even on top of this, I'd like some, you know, really nice user interface, and that's why it's kind of this weird beige color. It's just meant to be a backend, you know, a little bit of fun stuff behind it. All right. Well, anyway, this seems to be okay. So anyway, so at this point, what I'm actually trying to accomplish today is this, right? So start, you're going to call Tanco next. That already happens. That already sends a command to the server. New test, when it fails, that always sends a command to the server because the server is the thing that validates this. So we always send a check message to the server. If an old test fails, right now that does nothing, except I just changed it to do something, right? Except, okay, so this is going to happen here. The test is failing. Okay. There's 3 results when it fails. So the local machine does not have a validation rule for the new test. And so if it doesn't know how to check it, you will never trigger this. This is only for regressions. A regression test for which test failed, and we have the rule, so we have to tell server test failed, and we have the rule, so we have to tell the server. Otherwise, all right, so that's either this branch or, sorry, oh, it says all pass. Oh yeah, right. All pass. If you're in fixed mode and all pass, you go to change mode. But if you're in change mode, all tests fail. Oh, an old test fails, then you go to fixed mode. There are no new tests in change mode because you've got all the tests, and so everything is passed, and so right. So there are no new tests. Here, if an old test fails, you go to fixed mode. All right, so this is fixed mode. This is what triggers fixed mode, is when we make this post right here that a test has failed. So we have to put things, so to do, put the attempt in fixed mode. And we're going to explicitly write the word fix to the fields in the database. That field does not exist, and we need to actually have it default to start. And then so it's gonna contain one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words, right? So it's gonna start with the word start. Whenever we're in build mode, then we're going to assume that we have a test to fail. So right. So hang on. I don't know if I've ever encode test. Everything's failing. The point is that when we say, like, if we pass all the tests that we know about, I think I did say this earlier. Let me fix this. So let's fix the dummy line to force io.p to fail. So we turn this off, and we say cargo. No, I'm not using cargo. Ah, come on. Yeah, so all 7 tests passed. We say Rogo show, sorry, Tanco show. We have no new tests. Ooh, that's interesting. Rule clear should definitely not. All right, something screwed up in the database here. I don't know where that came from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you had 3 copies of this something. Maybe because I run. So this should not happen. If I run it again, do I get another? Do I get another copy of it? Oh. Something screwed up. The database should never have allowed this to happen. So I've got a uniqueness constraint that's not right. I'm gonna. Can you have that? Yeah, I think you can have that. I think you can have it. Is that you can have multiple like passes for the same test in the progress area. And maybe that's silly. Maybe we should change that a little bit. But the idea is that I'm recording every time the test passes, but then if you have a regression, you have to pass that test again. And I think somehow that's the same thing to the database. But I'm not going to worry about this right now. I do think this is a bug. It's clearly a bug, but well, let's see. I'll look at it in a minute because like it's going to keep bugging me every time I see it. Anyway, the point is that whenever you run Tanco next, you should set the system to build mode. Right? So we have to do like a transition on this thing. And then Tanco next should do it, and then Tanco test should do it, because Tanco test is always going to at least send a message saying all tests passed, and that puts you into change mode, forces you to go into change mode. So we need to send that pass as well. And then I need to do two things right now. I know I'm just kind of like all over the map here. We need to send pass, and we need to send pass whenever we say all tests passed. All. Sure, the word all is used. All tests passed. And then we're gonna say Tanco client send pass configured. Tanco client a new one. You're also gonna have a timeout here, but we will just leave that as a you don't have output, so you can't validate the output, like something that just didn't work right. That's another case that we have to consider, but that's just like the tests don't run at all, right? Okay, so now I'm sending those two things. Like I think they all passed now, right? All right, so that just sent a message, and we should see a log in here. We should see something in the log here each time. So if I add that little empty string, yeah, there we go. So we post to that pass thing. And now what we need to do is when that pass thing happens, we need to send a message up here that says something like, everything is passed. We want to send this message, right? We want to send the one that says like this is a good time to commit your changes or spend some time improving your code. I'm thinking about extracting this into like a messages table or something. Because we want to send it to the server as well. But I'm not going to worry about it right now. So I'm going to put this in a HTML file called like tast. And I'm just going to say all tests have passed. And that would go under templates. I don't want to move it. New file pass.html. And div id equals test result. I believe that's the name of the thing on the attempt page. The attempt page is this page right here, and this little block should be called test detail. Yeah, because it's not always. The thought would be you would be able to page through these and look at your other tests. I might change. I don't know. I might change that because you can browse. Like eventually, this is going to be like a bunch of little green boxes that say these all passed. See which one failed or whatever. Like one because it will turn red, and then whichever one failed, you will see it over here. And you do want to see all this, but you also want to see like the failure. Which we already have a thing for, so I'm not sure where that's being used. Sometimes you get like a little click up here and you can click on it, like a little icon up here and you can click on it and it'll tell you where the thing is being called from. All right, but okay, so if everything passes, we're going to just print this, right? Say all known tests have passed. Or are passing, right? Pass, yeah. This may be a good time to commit your changes, or work on improving your code, or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Again, I can rethink all this stuff. When you're ready, run code still. I think so. To start work on the next feature. I've got still a valid HTML. Hello, her best friend. What am I building? I'm building this thing. I really need a page where I could send people here. It's probably on the. If you go to, there really isn't a page about it, but I guess if you go to tangentcode.com, right now the about page is here. So the about page is on my Discord channel. I should really put the. Put this on my page. How do you hide this? Okay, so you can read this a little bit. What I'm working on. Except you can't because I'm. That's annoying. Well, it's a tool for testing. I definitely got to do this. So next time I do, great to have so many people here. Well, maybe I'll show you. I'll be able to show you in a second. So we say Tanco test. We run it, and what we expect to see is a test result. Right? Oops, sorry. Probably didn't even want to close that, did I? In fact, let's undo that and go to here, go to here, and we'll put something up here that said this should immediately say something that like everything has passed. So we want to I want to send this message right here. I want to send this pass.html when this passes. So to do send pass.html. Actually, we can do that right here. We can return await. But no, we're not sending it there. We don't need this. We don't need this wrapper here. Do we? No, we're going to send this to we have a so whenever you connect here, you've got like a web. This is a WebSocket indicator. For some reason, yeah. So anything that this is like a little test form for, but anything that comes down the WebSocket winds up in here. So observers of the attempt, we have to send observers attempt wherever we do that. Observers, yeah. Really, there should be a function called notify. So we're going to say notify code, and then data, and then we're going to say notify. Sorry, whenever you have the observer pattern, you have a bunch of observers, right? So you have multiple observers, multiple people logged into the same. In this case, multiple people logged into the same page. Async def notify. Like if you go to this page right now, if you go to tangentcode.com, tanco.tangentcode.com, and you click on my data, there's no need to log in right now. There's no ability to log in. But as I push things here, you should be able to make things happen. So, you know, if you want to say spam, why is it not working? Because I broke this file. And now I broke the server, right? And the server's no. There should be async. It should await notify. Notify. Server has restarted. Oh, that's probably why, because the test itself, the code itself didn't work. Anyway, here. Yeah, there you go. So you should get, so if you log in now and it's working and I haven't broken it in the next few seconds, then you should be able to type in something here and it'll appear on my screen here. And if you, other people, if I type something here, it'll appear on your screen. But you only have like moments to do that because I'm about to send something down that wire whenever I pass a test. So now when I say attempt pass, the runner over here on the client side has run all your tests and it's going to tell the server that you passed. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say notify code of await court.render template pass.html. That's it. All right, so let's try this. And then we have to await it. Pass.html, it doesn't see it. Why doesn't it see it? It's mad that there's no template here. Okay, so we got to say mark this as a mark directory as template folder. And I bet now when I come here, oh, like I said, sometimes you get this little icon. I don't know what you have to do to make it happen. There it is. Like so there, that you can click on that and it'll tell you this is the function that calls that. And if you go to pass, it should have the same thing, but it doesn't. I close it and open it, now it does. And that's what I was looking for. Take you right here. Likewise, this one, it thinks there's no template for it, but I bet if you close this and you open it again, it'll reload the page and nope. Nah, I should just know. How am I doing on time? I thought I was guessing this was going to be like a 45-minute thing. I'm at 1 hour and 45 minutes. All right, so now it knows. Now I can see that, and I can even click on it and it takes me over here. Kind of nice. Okay, so we've done that, and we have to actually update the state machine. But to do, actually update the state table. So we're going to say like set. So like db set. Oh, I'll do this in a second. Suddenly I haven't crashed the server. Okay, it restarts. Nobody took me up on my offer to spam my channel and advertise your product here. Okay. And if I'd run this, I'm hoping to see all tests passed right over here. Lovely. I did restart the server just now and it didn't reconnect. So let's try again. And try this here. There we go. It doesn't say it until it gets the first message. So I think I need to send like a message here. All known tests have passed. This may be a good time to commit your changes. When you're ready, run Tanco. So that worked. Okay. And then if we fail something, which we can do, which we know how to do, we just uncomment this line. And rerun again. That doesn't do anything right now. So we want to change that. So we want to fix that to make it do something. So we're going to notify send attempt fail. And instead of pass.html, we have a result.html. .html, and we're going to give it we have to give it a test name. Result. Oh, actually, let's look at that again. We need the okay, so result. Where did it go? Result takes a test and a result. Result and a test. So we need to pass in test name, test body, and result. But then also actual for line and actual. But that's hidden. Because it didn't have it before. The test result didn't contain actual. Now it does. So I believe we can actually just say result.actual. Sorry, result.actual. And I'm just going to put that at the bottom here. It's right now. It's oh, what's that? Oh, that's a diff stuff. That should probably be in the main style sheet. Maybe not. I don't know. From India, 2 a.m. now. Oh, welcome. I speak some Punjabi, but I can't remember how to say welcome, and I know they speak a lot of different languages in India. Tonu milke bahut khushi hoy. To meet you is very happy in Punjabi. Tonu milke bahut khushi hai. ਤੁਹਾਡੇ milke? Meeting of you? Oh. Okay, so I'm just rambling. Why are you up at 2 a.m.? Welcome, but be better off getting some sleep. Tanco test. Oh, I didn't send anything, right? So that thing failed. Because test is undefined. All right, so now in the runner where we call, so we got the pass working, we've got to say send fail, test name and tr. Boom, test name and tr. So we are sending a test name and we are sending a result. So then over here, when we do the test name, all right, so we're gonna have tr, that's the test result. P is equal to test from db test. There's no thing in the test to get a single test. This is the test. So this is where I need to extract this, and we're going to say rows equals db test for attempt, or attempt test, get attempt test code and test name. And those two things, and then we're going to return this is going to be the name of the function, or it's going to be the function. I'm going to say def get attempt test code and test name, and that will be in that. I know this is ugly, but I'm going to extract this query and put it in the database module. Which I go here? Nope, go here. Go to database. And we need the exact same thing. Probably this should be part of that function. Oh, test from row 0. Oh, I see. So this, oh, this is clunky, yeah. I'm not proud of this code. A lot of tedious stuff here. I just gotta. This is actually just coming from the. So that can go up here, but now fetch the get db attempt test. So it's more like try t equals this, except lookup error, which I'm going to return in a second, se, or just lookup error, return unknown tester result, and then this is going to be db get attempt test code. Yeah. Say rows equals this. Oh, validate the current user owns the attempt. All right, so we'll pass in the UID. There's none, and just expect that to be there. Right, because I'm not logging in at all yet. If not rows, I lost an error message here. Then that's when we raise the lookup error. Found in the database, and then attempt, yeah, whatever. not actually printing this, so, and then return this. And I bet test from row is only used in that one plot spot. Down, oh, nope, there's two of them, so used twice. Where's the other one? So we fetch the challenge. Oh, that's really interesting. Because I think this is what is causing this to, that means there's actually duplicate data in the database. I thought this was based on progress. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to track that down later. I feel like I'm just like, mushing a bunch of stuff together. Like, I'm not demonstrating great quality here, but I'm like moving stuff around because I don't, like, I haven't really finalized the design of this thing yet, but I feel like I'm very close. And then once I do that, I'm going to go back into a, peanut pass. I don't know if that's a good way to build software, but that's what I'm doing today. All right, so hopefully this works. Hopefully I didn't break that. I don't think I did. See, attempt, test name. Where's test name? Test name came from here. Code comes from here, so that's it. So then we have T. Check output of the actual test result. Okay. All right, so now the whole point of that was to get attempt test, get this. So you give it a test name and the attempt that you're working on, and that figures out what test you're looking at, because a test name could, multiple challenges could have different tests, and the same challenge could be slightly tweaked based on your attempt. So here everything passed, and then here we say send attempt fail. Hit attempt test code db get attempt test code and tr test name. Nope, that's not it. Did I do that? Test result does have a test name. No, it doesn't. I was going to put one on there. I did not. So this is yeah, right. So the Copilot hallucinated it, and then PyCharm is telling me it does not exist. Color is. So attempt test test name, we do get that from here. So JSON whatever JSON equals. Once that's parsed, it's easy to say JSON get result, and test name equals JSON get test name, which I guess we could just inline here. No. Yes, we're only passing this in. We're only sending this right now if they both exist. So try and pass this in. Oops. JSON get test name. Pass. No, return unknown tester attempt 44. Then HTML is equal to this. Sorry. I'm just extracting because the line is going to get kind of long. Because I have to pass in test equals T, result equals TR, and actual equals TR data actual. Is that true? Test result has actual in it. So test result, we don't need this. We just pass in the test result. And then in result.html, result to data, we're going to say result.actual, right? Lines result.actual, right? Okay, so I think now, assuming this still works. Nope, we've lost something, we've broken something. I don't know why this happens. I need to have some more robust recovery of this. I'll just do that again, make sure everything's ready to go. It failed. Oh, it failed? Yes. Yes, result is fail, and then here's the diff and actual and diff. Okay, that's not right. Under diff, to data diff. So run that one more time. There we go. Here's the diff, and this is showing me like a pretty version of that. So basically it's telling me for every line I need to remove this thing. I need to remove the X underneath it. Expected. I don't really care if this is printing out a array right now. Like this is wait, test O lines what? Test is going to be a test result. No, a test itself. Oh, basically, I don't know. I have a feeling that that used to contain a string. In fact, I think it does contain a string. It's because this is going to be this field is being replaced slowly. I'm going to replace it with a thing called rules, and so right now it's a string, I think, in the database, and it needs to be probably it will be a string, but it'll probably contain JSON that is like any kind of rule for validating the thing, and so this might not even show up. In fact, I'm not even going to print this. I'm not even going to print this at all. I'm just going to print the diff because this is coming out of the code. So else, and we should say here like if. Oh, but I can't assign it, can I? Like I really want to check what this is, and like this is ugly. I want to check what kind it is and see if it actually is a diff. Right now there only is one kind of thing called a diff, so let's just leave it. All right, so Tanco test, all. We have a failed test. There we go. Let's put the results at the top. So we can see what happened. And actually we should do H2 here, and this should be an H3. This should maybe even be H4. No, this should probably be H2. Yeah. There we go. The result, fail, actual, error, find diff. Blah, blah. I don't care if this looks nice. I care if the data is on the screen, right? Because I can make it look nice later. I just want to make sure everything, all the data is being pumped around clearly. Okay. So I think those two things are working. And I'm gonna commit what I have now. So basically GS right over here, GS, I'm gonna commit this as a step. So git add Tanco, all that stuff. GD idea, what's in there? Oh, mark template directory. Mark template directory. I'm not even going to worry about that. Some of that, like I moved the style sheet around. I'm just going to commit this as one thing. Commit git commit -m send pass and send fail on Tanco test. Okay. Then we have to do Tanco next. And all of these are really just going to check the state. So Tanco next just checks the state and make sure that we're in start or change. So we have to actually have a state. All right, so let's look at the database here. I'm on like 8 hours now, 2 hours. So schema of the attempts table. I thought this would be like a tiny thing. It's never tiny, is it? All right, so it's kind of out of sync with my diagram, isn't it? So the attempts table here and here, we have an ID. I know I've done this. I thought I added an ID to every table. I did not. I thought you I briefly thought you could SQLite would let you use the row ID as the primary key, which it does, but you can't use it in the foreign key. You can't reference the row ID in a foreign key. So you have to give it an explicit name. Yes, code name. The focus references a test. I call it next here, but it's focus. References a test ID. I can make it route around that. Yuck. All right. Focus references a test ID, and then done has a date time. Is private, integer not null. Okay, that's is private. Language is a text, and repo is a text that I'm not using right now. And then so now I need to add this new column, and the new column is going to be called state. Alter table attempts, add column state text. Okay. And I'm not going to put any kind of constraint on it right now, but I'm going to do that same call on my local server, and then I have to update the actual code of the database. I hope is in sync with everything. So SQLite 3 Tanco.stb. Here we go. Schema attempts. Oh, I should have said default. Drop column state. State text default start. And now if we say select star from attempts, you should see the word start in there. There it is, right there. There we go. Drop all. That's weird. For like weeks, the up key was I was not able to edit previous lines. Interesting. Alter table. Oh, so I can go back up here. Drop column. Ah, come on. Alter table trim drop column state. Alter table attempts. Alter table attempts drop column state. Alter table attempts drop column state. What? So it worked already. Right, that was confusing. Alt text start. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Why can't I drop it? Alter table attempts drop column state. Version? Version? It can't be that recent, is it? I guess it's 2 years. Maybe they have a lot of minor versions. Okay, well, what? That's annoying. You can just change it in the database, though. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is a local copy. It's going to be wiped out anyway, so I don't need to fix this. So insert update attempts set state equals start. Okay, and then there's only one attempt in that database. And then over in the init.sql, so under I don't know, alter table in SQLite is very constrained. Like there's a lot of things you can't do. And they like every once in a while they add like one new thing you can do or something like that. Like you can rename a column, you can apparently drop a column in one version, not in the other version. And like that's it. If you want to add primary, constraints, you can't do it. You have to like drop the whole table. In fact, it even says like SQLite alter table. And if you look at it, making up, it has this section here and basically says, okay, create a new table, turn off your foreign keys, create a table that, and then insert into that table, and then drop the old table, and then alter table the new table and rename it to the old table, and then create all your triggers and indexes and all that stuff. So it's actually kind of complicated to do like things that would be normal in Postgres or MySQL or whatever. Like anything other than like a simple rename of a column or currently, like I bet let's see what drop column is. It doesn't say when that was added, but I bet that was matter. I bet that was relative, was like relatively recent. I'm surprised, but like given what I've seen now, I think it's relatively recent. Okay, Anyway, this doesn't matter. I wipe out this database every once in a while anyway. But in the actual database, I need it. So I was looking for your SQL init.SQL, and then in attempts, we're going to put this here. So now we don't need this. We just want state. State text default start. So really, the state and the focus are the state machine. The done is just like a timestamp. This is actually should be called date time, not null default 0. I don't know why it can't be null. Something like that. Doesn't matter. I don't use this field yet anyway. I just wanted to use it to like mark that, hey, you completed this thing. And the TS is when you started it. Okay, so I'll put it as back at 0 just because there's no such thing as datetime in SQLite, but you can put like numbers or text or whatever in here. In fact, I think the datetimes are stored as strings. If you call current time, it stores it as a string. I'm just gonna whatever. Anyway, so the state will be the string. I think I can put a constraint on it that like figures out what string is in there and only allows me to have certain. So column def, column constraint, and then check expression. Can you say in? Well, right, you can't. Where did I see an expression? SQL syntax expression. I don't know if you could do that. I'm just curious now. This is kind of going to be like a little tangent here. SQLite 3, create table states, and let's put like state string, right? Unique. I think you can say that. And then except this is not it's text. And then create table state, or create table X, and we'll have a state column. State text. Can we say check? What do you actually say for it? But I want an example. Like, what is the actual value of that? Check. You say check state equals hello. Can you say that? Insert into X values. Okay, yeah, so that's what he said. I don't know why they don't give you a documentation that says what you do there. But state check, state. So say, can you say state in select state from states? Top table X, create table X. Oh, can't do that. Subqueries are prohibited. Okay, so can you say, that's what I was getting at. That's what I wanted to see. I guess what I really want to do is like a SQLite enum check, something like that, where you, yeah. Oh, you can say in. Okay, well that's okay. So then that's all I wanted. So if you say, so we would say, what are my states? Start. Come over here. Start. Build. Change. Fix. We're done. And then insert into X values XXX. That should give you, should fail. Start should work. Start should work. Build should work. All right. So that's what I want. So create table X. And then in it, we're going to say text default start. See if we can say it like that. All right, so create. This is XXX. And then we'll put something in here, and then, you know, like a Y is an integer. Everything works. Insert into XXXX. Values change 3. All good? Okay. Then that should work. Alter table attempts. Drop column state. This is the one where it works. And then add column, and then copy that and paste it. Boom. Schema attempts. So star from attempts. Okay. And I'm not going to worry about putting the stuff on the local version. I'm just going to trust that I have it right. As long as it's in the SQL file, then everything's good. And I'll do more testing when worst thing that happens is I screw it up and I catch a bug later. Okay. So now the idea is like, okay, I've come back here. This test was failing. Presumably it's still failing. But when you come to this page, it doesn't know what the current state is, and it needs to know that. And so that's what we're going to put in the in the results of this page. So I guess here we have something called attempt.html. I'll just back to one window. more style sheets. So let's put data.state, right? So there should be some in the model. There should be some. Yeah, Control-Shift-N model. Do we have a? Oh, I think you say Control-Shift-N. You actually jump to a class and then say. Oh, but we don't have it. There is no attempt. There's no attempt model. And we don't have that little button saying where this is used. But I know, okay, so how about if we go to the app.py and we search for attempt.html. Oh, I see. So we just build this up here. So we have to add a.state and a.focus to this. Why don't you see focus? That's probably this version of the server probably doesn't have it. I'm not going to worry about it. It's there, I promise. Ah, see, so. Start test, what is this? This is somehow blending into the. Why is that happening? Is it because this is a Flexbox layout? Yes, it is. Okay. So we'll make a div over here and then put both these two things inside this div. Because this is a Flexbox. Now if we do this, this should come up below, yeah. Temp state. I definitely need to organize this better, but all right, so this is the attempt state, and now we're going to say like set attempt state in the database. And that would be in the app. This is so like like in my head this is such a simple thing, and then it just gets complicated and complicated. Temp code is pass. That's this, update the state table. So we're going to set it to not pass. It's going to be whenever you pass all the tests, like you really could embed this whole like transition table into the database. That might be overkill, but like, yeah, we have to write it somewhere. So like, this thing has to have like the attempt number, and then either a test name, like a failing test. So it's going to be one failing test, which could be none. Failing test, a string, which could be, let's say we'll call it the empty string. And if it is the empty string, then we do nothing. I know I'm writing a signature in the middle where I'm calling it, but and then if it fails, I guess we need to have like an action. So action is going to be like one of these two things. It's either going to be test or next, right? Because like the transitions, the things. Make this bigger. You type next, or you type a fail, or you type pass. So it's the action or the transition is. Why did I say text? It's you ran test and something passed, pass, and everything passed, or you ran test and something failed, and then you ran next, and then we need to validate these rules, right? And then possibly, if it was fail, then you have to also pass in this argument that says what the thing is. But then also when you do next, like it could be done. So we need to change the set attempt state and this is more like a transition, right? Right, and I think what we actually have to do is this is going to do is going to call this function up here wherever it is that finds out what the next test is. Oh, I just lost my place. Is going to find. So we're going to pass in next, and this is going to determine what the state is. So it's going to be like, so it's going to return a state, temp state. What? Yeah, we'll call it a temp state, and then so state equals db set a state. So the db part can go up here. db set a temp state, which we'll copy, and then we are going to pass it in the code. And here everything passed, so we're going to pass in pass. Like it would be nice to have like a name for this too. So like attempt state transition. State transition. Whatever. I'm just gonna pass in word pass for now. Sounds like maybe we do need it. Whatever. Next. There's no failing test, so that's empty. Except this should be passed, right? I think in this particular case, we don't need it. It's only when we do Tanco next that we need to know, because it's gonna tell us what it is. Oh well, actually, I think we do need we need to know the state, because we're gonna update that state. And focus is equal to nothing, so we're going to lose the focus. So this needs to be part of the past template, because it's something we're sending to HTMX. Right? It's getting like when we invoke this, we're going to set like 3 little chunks of HTML there, which I'll do in a second here. So first, in the database, database.py. Oops. Database.py. There we go. That we have to define this function that I hopefully have on the clipboard. Yes, we do. Def set attempt state code transition. What happened here? And then in the model, we need to do. I want to put something in the model that describes this set of 3 possibilities. So we'll say transition equals enum transition of pass, next, or fail. And then this will be a m.transition, which causes us to change the app here. Or it would if we actually had type checking, but so dot m.transition dot that should work. I don't know why it's not working. Transition m.transition filling test equals string, and then it's going to get an attempt state, and attempt state is something we have to create. Return. Let's say pass. Maybe it's broken because of that, and then attempt state is going to be one of those words. Start, build, fix, change, or done. I almost feel bad for you guys watching because I'm so disorganized here. All right, so I appreciate you watching, but I feel a little guilty. Set the state of an attempt. All right, so we have a database. We're going to read this thing. We have to find out what the old state is. So old equals query That's correct. Don't need this up. m.attempt state. What did I just do? Hit F1? Yeah. All right, return. So attempt. How do I map a string to an attempt state? So if I bring this up, have a model and say, come on, from enum import enum, attempt state equals that, and we say attempt state dot what? From, no, attempt state. Yes. Ah, okay, yes, yeah, so we just call it like a function. Start. There we go. So pass it like that. Call it like a dictionary. Or say lowercase. Nope, has to be uppercase. Okay, so attempt state start. Capitalize. Why do I keep pressing buttons and like weird things happen? So that's m.attempt state. Okay. So then case we match the m.transition. No, sorry, we match transition. Sorry, transition, yeah. And what do we have? A bunch of things. Okay, so transition should be pass, next, or fail. We have pass, we have fail, and we have next. Pass, next, or fail. And then and this is a mess. I'm just going to write the rules out like in data and see what we get. I'm going to try and come up with a notation for this concept here. You know, I think actually in the parser for LearnTrust, I have a like an abstract state machine. In org test reader state machine, but it goes like this. That's a little weird. Right, this is the number of states you have, and then the transition table. What state are you in? What do you see? What's the input? And then what state do you go to? And then when that happens, what do you do? What function do you run? And we can make a little table like that here as well. Database. So basically, I need to just encode this diagram as a. So if we're in start, I'm just going to write like as a table here. So if we're in start, they all have distinct names. SBFC. Okay, so SBFCD. Start, build, fail, change. No, fix, change, or done. The possible states. I'm just doing this so I have like a little quick notation where I can like encode this table somehow. Let's see what we have. So if we go from S, so if we're in start, and then the transitions are going to be next, pass, or fail. So if we go S and then we go to next, then we're in, so S, like S.N takes us to build. B dot so fail would be the new test fails, and then old test. So next, so N is Tanco next. P is test pass. F is new test fail, and O is old fail. Okay, so the only possible thing we can do from S is to invoke next. And then from build, we cannot invoke next. That's an error. You cannot invoke next until you have a pass. So you have to have B. So you're in build mode, and then you have pass. If all the tests pass, then you're in change mode, right? If you're in B, if you're in build and all passes, that's change. If you're in build and the new test passes, so that's, or the new test fails, that's like the normal case. You're testing and you haven't passed it yet, so you're still in B, right? That's this loop right here. From B, we had a failure and came back to B. And then for B, if we have an old test pass, so B dot O, and that's going to take us to F because we have to fix it. Now we're in fix. We've done all this stuff up here. So if we're in, that's everything for B, right? Yeah. So if there's 1, 2, 3 arrows leading out of B, 3 things here. And then I introduce one that's an error that says you can't say next. NPFO, right? So like I will leave this and just say others are errors. Others are errors. No test until. All right, so F, not even that they're errors, they just can't happen. Others can't happen. Except, what happens if S, you run the test and they all pass? So that you get a pass. Then you should still be in start. You pass the 0 tests at the start. All right, so then in fix mode, if an old test fails, you're in fix mode. If a new test fails, then you're back in build mode, which is this arrow right here. The new test is always the last one on the list. So you always have to pass all your old tests, and then you pass the latest tests. That make sure nothing is broken. You don't have any regressions. So if that happens, it means all the old tests failed and you're out of fix mode. You're back in build mode, which is this. If you are in F and everything passes, then you're in change mode, right? Did you see that? All right, that AI is doing something interesting. I mean, okay. Maybe it's the only one left, but like, what is it like? Yes. Ah. Guess one. No. If I say F dot. I say F dot P. It guesses C. It guesses that we're in change mode. That's correct. It doesn't know. How does it know that? That's kind of cool. Good job, ChatGPT. Like at least ChatGPT seems to understand what I'm saying, or can predict what my actions are going to be. If you're in change mode and everything passes, that's also correct. All right. If you're in change mode, what are you going to do? Change and everything fails. A new fail, then you're in build mode? No, that can't happen. Cannot happen. Well, I mean, yeah, it does happen. Does it happen? No, because it's always a regression, so you'd be in fixed mode. But this transition just can't happen. But really, this can't happen because no new test anymore. You only have new tests if you're in build mode. And yes, if an old test fails, you're in. Stop it. You're in. Okay, but no, that's dumb. See, now you do something dumb. Now ChatGPT is dumb. Old test failed. All tests are old tests. Right, and then if you're in change mode and you get next, then you're going to go to either build or done. And if you're in done dot anything, you're in done. Nothing can happen here. Nothing more to do. I mean, in theory, there's nothing more to do, but really, okay. So if it means you ran the test, right? So N, nothing more to do, put you in next. But D, and you have a failure. It just means that you were, you know, so O is an old failure. So D dot O is failure. So you put yourself back in. You put yourself back in change mode. You want yeah, without telling us. And so you ran the tests, and then they failed. Oh, maybe the way you tell us is you say D dot O is so D, and then you say you ran the test, they all passed, and now you're in change mode again. Oh, now you're in D mode again. Like you ran the test just to see them pass. All right, and then so I think that's all. That's this diagram. It's kind of a weird syntax. I'm gonna have to go back and do something with this now, but and then we'll say like if something failed, whatever failed, we don't have to set the focus anymore. Right. I guess if right, we don't like the distinction between F and O here, a new fail or an old fail is like if failing test assert M transition transition dot transition equals M dot transition fail. And then we're going to say, no, I don't want this. Hang on. Go away. I don't want that. I don't want anything. Stop prompting me with stuff. I wish I could turn these off like temporarily, but I can. I bet I can click on this little stable completion for a moment. So if failing test, assert a transition m equals transition fail, and then let's make a one letter code for transition. A failing test. It's really more like we're always going to have this. So like match transition, and now I want the things back. Match transition. Yes, if it's passed, then transition equals P. If it's next, transition equals N. And if it's fail, then we're going to do something. So first of all, T equals F. No, we don't know what it is yet. First, we're going to assert failing test. We're going to assert failing test. Yeah, failing test required for fair fail. And then let's actually just say this old equals this data. So we want state and we want the focus, which is the test. T.name. So we want a.state and t.name from. Because I have to do a join here. So like a.name from attempts A and tests T, where a.code, yeah, that's right, a.code equals the code that we're given, and but I can't just do it. This I would say left join test T on a dot focus is equal to TID. Yes, so we're focusing on a particular ID. Our code equals this, so we get T name, blah, blah, blah. There we go. That's right. And then we can end the string, and there we go. And we take row 0. Could be null, that's fine, but it will exist. And if not old, or I guess this will raise a index error. So try accept index error. If there are no results, then going to 0 will raise an index error, raise lookup error, attempt. Okay, so that code did not exist or whatever. Okay, so now we have old. So one letter code for old state. So O is equal to old state 0 lower. And it's going to be one of these. Start build fix change done, the possible states. Yes, the first character of the state to lowercase. And then a one letter code for the transition. Why is this mad? Okay. It wants a hyphen there. That was an aggressive color for wanting a hyphen. Failing test required for failed transitions. Okay, so I don't know if this is making any sense at all to you guys, but it makes sense to me. So T is going to be a one-letter transition. O is going to be a one-letter transition for the old state, and then the new states, case M, transition fail. Then T is either going to be, so if so we have a test name and we have a failing test. So if old name, how about name as focus? So if the old focus is equal to the failing test, is that even what I want? Do I even care about this? Maybe I'm about to do a lot extra work that I don't need to do. What distinction am I trying to make? Is about whether right? Because if I'm in build mode, then I care about this. If I care about what I want to do is I want to. It's not so much if it's this, if the old focus is the failing test. It's more like if the old, basically, I want a test has failed. Old test fails. There's no new test here. I'm in build mode, and an old test fails. That's fine. And a new test fails, and I'm in build mode. That's what am I? So all we know is that there is a test failure, right? I see what it is. If I'm in build mode and a test fails, no, if I'm in either one of these modes and a test fails, I have to know whether it's a new test or an old test. Does it matter what the current focus is, or just whether what the basically anytime a test fails, we have to say, is it old test or new test? And if it's old, it's going to be fixed, and if it's a new test, it's going to be build. But there is no, if you're in change mode, there's never a new test. How do you know if it's a new test or not? You have to know whether select star from progress where AID equals, okay, so we need the ID from the a.id as AID, where AID equals old, right? Stop. Am I in DB right now? I'm in DB right now. It's already 5 o'clock. Wow. So much for my quick thing. It's 3 hours now. Thought this would be quick. So if so we want to have the code select from attempts A, select from attempts A, progress P, where A dot code. Oh, either way we could do it. We'd say AID equals this. Actually, we know this now. So select star. We don't even need to look at attempts A because we have the ID. So from select star from count star. Oh, I say we just limit one. And t.name equals test, but we don't have that. So test t select star from we're just going to select a progress any progress ID from progress P test T we do a left join here. Left join test T on P.TID equals T.ID, where you need like a higher level language than SQL for this kind of stuff. For AID equal, I wish I had one. For AID equals this and T names equals test. But PAID can just be this. P.AID can be this. We don't need the A table. And T.name equals test. Yes. And then we're going to limit to 1. So if we have at least one passing test, progress only contains passing tests. And if we have at least one, good. So if a passing test exists, or if we have ever passed that in the test, pass that in the, oh, okay, so we're going to say T equals one letter code for transition, and the transition is going to be one of these. So we want Tanco. So if it's, we have a failure, so it's going to be F if it's a new failure. So capital F if, no, capital O if that, else F. F is the new fail, right? And then O is the O fail. The O if it exists, else F. Done. Okay, so now we have T in all 3 branches of this. This is the only thing a transition can be. Pass an extra fail. And then we have to do this transition. So now base. Now calculate the next. So how do we do this? We write these as dictionaries. So we say S. So S is going to be yeah. I mean that's the format I want, but that's not right. So if we go to N, we're going to be in B mode. That's it. That's the only rule we have. And then if we're in B, we're going to be we want N is an error. Oh, actually that was right. I think it's going to guess this. Like from P we go to C, from F we go to P. No, it didn't. It didn't guess right. P to C, F to B, and O to F. Right. So if the new test fails, we go back to that, and if the old test fails, we stay in fixed mode. We stay. This is that line right. This is actually not bad. I actually don't mind this. It's very terse, and it's not clear. It's not going to be clear to people reading it what it is. I need to I don't know. Probably include this drawing in the repository. But I'll annotate it with the S, B, C, D, and all those. If we're in fail mode, fixed mode, and old test fails, we stay in fixed mode. Yes. Okay. That was weird. I hit tab and it didn't give me what. Okay, so we're in fail mode, and the old test fails. Go to fixed mode. New test fails. We go to build mode. That's correct. And everything passes. We go to change. Right, and if we say next, then it's an error, so that doesn't get included. So SBF are all done, and now we're in C mode, right? Guess you can guess C. Yes. Okay. So C. If we have a failure, old test fails, but F is new test, right? So new test fails. First of all, if we have N, and then we go into build mode, and then if a test failure happens, the new test fails. Well, there's no such thing as new fails, so F can't happen, but an old test can fail, and that puts us in fixed mode. And then if everything passes, we just stay in change mode, and that's correct. The 3 arrows come in here, 1, 2, and then we have to handle this case specially. Like really, like we call this maintenance, and then you're in maintenance mode, and there's no such thing as done. That would be totally fine with me. This is a completely valid way to draw a state machine, but it's kind of messy. It'd be nice to have a picture of it. Well, I guess I do have a picture of it. It'd be nice to see that the state machine matches the picture that I'm thinking of in my head. So state machine. State machine transition. So state machine transition table. This is all like documentation. Like, so what do I do with it? Probably just comment this region, right? This is unpleasant. But I really wish I could draw this directly and like just prove that they're the same. Like generate a table for this. It wouldn't be that hard to do. You just print out like a graph viz file from this, and just for every one of these, you just print a line with this label to that thing, this thing, that, yeah, and so that's it. And then you should get this diagram. And we don't have here like no more tests. We don't have like the done transition. Maybe maybe what about next but no more tests? What Tanco next but no more tests? Okay. Like all of this is just to have this word in the database so that I can choose what to display. But I think it needs to be done. So like this is not unnecessary. This is necessary complexity. If I want to be smart about doing that and not just like, wait for somebody to like it should remember what state you're in, and it should be able to tell you what state you're in. So it has to figure out what state you're in, and so you have to do this. Really was not expect. I mean, I thought this would be a little bit simpler to. I didn't think I'd have to implement this state machine, but I guess I do. Anyway, that's it. So now what do we do with it? So now we have SM. We just do this table, right? So we say, given this and the transition, where do you go? So now we'll just put D. You're in the D state, and then nothing can happen. But you're never going to be in the D state. Well, yeah, okay, you could be in the D state. The D, and then whatever happens, you're just not allowed to leave D. But I guess D, if you are in D and you go to and you have an old test fail, then I guess that puts you back in fixed mode, and now you have to go back and whatever. Okay, so this is not. I guess we could allow that. We could say if you're in next mode, you just stay in. Yeah. But the button you should never have the button to do anything with, right? So I guess this is included now. So we just include it explicitly. Nothing more to do, and then you ran the test just to see them pass. All right, so P, and you're back in done mode. Okay, in the done state. And this should be the only things that are possible. Like you should never, as long as you follow these rules, you should never be in a state where you have change and you have a new test, because there's no such thing, right? You never get into that state unless somebody comes in and screws up the database. And that should be every one. Except we do need to cover this. If it's C and N. And so I'm going to put a question mark here. I'm just put the number, the question mark here. So we'll say N equals, state machine old. Man. One letter code for new state. And it's the same as old state, same as I was here. We say, what is this telling me that it might not work? No, it might be referenced before assignment. It's because Python doesn't have exhaustive pattern matching. Is it default? What's wrong with this? No, I think you say case anything, and then you do that. There's no like default keyword or whatever. All right, so now T has a letter, but it is possible that T is not defined here. So if not T or not N, invalid transition, else, no, we don't even have to do that. It's just if not T, raise invalid transition. So you have T, and then if T is equal to question mark, then we have to handle that one case right here, this special case. Which is we have to say get attempt next. There's already a function, get next test. If next equals B, else N equals D. So then we'll say N equals B if get next test, else B. And we'll say we'll say next test is equal to get next test for the code, and then if next test, else n equals d, and that's because I have to do something else, and that is focus equals next test 0 dot id. Do we have the ID in there? Yep, we have everything, so dot id. Now, match n started building, no, start, build, fix, change, and done. And then we're going to return new. And we have to update the database. So commit set, yeah, you're right. Commit update, come on. Update attempts, set state equals state, focus equals focus. Actually, if it fails, then we should have the failing test. So we should say new focus is none. And then if it fails, then we're going to set the focus. And so we're actually, what I'm going to do here is we're going to return a Boolean. Like so we'll say, so if it failed, we know something failed, so we're going to get the test name. We're going to say, assert that we have a failing test, and then we're going to get that. So we're actually going to do it the other way. So we're going to say select t.id, and then count the p.id. Count of greater than 0 as passed, as is regression. That's it. And we're going to select it from tests t, left join progress p on tid equals pid. So we did the other way around, where PID equals AID and T name equals test. And that actually accounts for the whole that accounts for the possibility that the test name is different in different like there are multiple copies of the test name in the database, because we're filtering on both. We're not going to limit one. It should just be one. Right. But instead of to force it to be one, we're going to say group by PID, I guess. Right? No. Group by T dot PID. Yeah, so grouping by TID, give me the count of all the PIDs. So that should work. And then we're actually going to get this out because we want the TID and that. So we're going to say TID and is regression equals that. And then T is O if is regression is old test, like so else F. I wish I put this for next, and I could say X. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna change this to X, and this to X, and this to X, and then so. And now I can change the F to a new fail a new test, because that's like bugging me. So in this area, we're gonna control R, and we're gonna change F to new. I'm just gonna do each one at a time. F. Nope. The only one. The case one. So F. F. So new and old. So okay. So then and then up here we're gonna say X. X is Tanco next. T is test passed. N equals a new fail. O is an old fail. XPNO. Okay. And then new focus is going to be new focus, and then new state. Yeah, so N. I'm going to rename this to new state. New. Rename code occurrences. New state. New state. Focus equals new focus. What's wrong with this? Because we don't have it here. And we're going to say state equals new focus. So now this is used and focus is done over here. Where code equals AID. Or where it just where ID equals AID. Come on, there we go. That was a lot more work than I was expecting to do for that little function, but okay. So now set a temp state. It returns an attempt state. Should it return both? Do we want the name? New state, new focus. An attempt state and a test name, so the test name is a string. Oh, you guys can't see that, can you? Basically, I encoded that drawing as this little table, and then to handle the one special case where we have next, we have to see if there's any more tests. What's wrong with this? Oh, because this is redundant parentheses. And then, so focus and state and focus. State and focus. According to transition table. State and focus. Focus. This is meant to be passed to render template. But in this case, we can assert that focus is equal to that because it is none. It's none. Assert focus is none because all tests pass. Forever. Then that's why we passed in explicitly passed in this. Okay, so and again, we need to validate that all this stuff is valid. And then here, when it failed, we need to do something else. So we need to put it in fix mode or keep it in build mode because the new test isn't there. So that's why we had all those rules. State focus equals dd transition fail, and then the failed test is the test name. So how about we can even put this in here, tn equals JSON and just say test name. Just force it, and then if we that will raise a key error. Except key error, lookup error, key error. Clearly, you cannot do that. Okay. Unknown test name. Unknown test. Turn. Unknown test and test name. Before. Is that a 404 error? It's not really a URL. It's just like a 400 bad request. Unknown test or attempt. Anyway, so now we have a test name, so now we can do this after we've done all that part. So and I think we want to do the same thing. We want to put state and focus. maybe we don't have to put this in the template. We could just send 2 notifications, right? Because we can send as many notifications as we want. So we're going to send, based on that code, we're going to send a new state. And we're going to send the state and the focus. Boom. Okay. Yeah. And what we'll do is we'll have this clear out the result part. And then when the result comes in, right, so it'll clear the results, and then the second line will do this. Okay, so state and focus. But this time we actually want the focus because we have a test failed. All right. And we can remove this from pass. But if we look at pass, I actually did not put that in there. So we need to make a new one that has state and focus. So first, somewhere here I had state, so temp state, focus, and then data.focus. Or we'll put these in like a this is just to have something to put on the screen. I'll worry about what it looks like later. So focus is data focus. And then these 2 things will be in the state template. So we'll put some placeholder here now. And then when we change the state from live changes, we'll update those. And all we have to do for that is just use the same names. So, and then HTMX handles that for us. So we're going to call this a new file named state.html. Add it, yeah. And we're going to pass in the state and focus. But the state would be an attempt state, so it should be state.name. I think. So like state equals this, and then state.name. So no dots, no parens. Current test. How about we say if focus, then this else, and if. And here we'll put it empty, no focus. Focus is clear. No test code. Something like that. That's about right. All right, bad gateway means the server has crashed while we were doing all that. I think this is going to work. But I am overconfident usually. So we're in the start state. The focus is none. Then when we run the tests, something should happen. Does it matter that I'm not? Okay, right. I'm not doing anything on the client side for this state thing. I'm not doing any of that logic over here, but maybe it doesn't matter. Cargo, not cargo. Tanco test. I think all the tests pass, right? Oh no, wait. Oh, okay. All right, bad things happened. So failing test required for fail transition. Okay, so we didn't pass in the tests are failing, and then we didn't pass in the failing information. So that would be an app.py. Hide this, and it failed, and we got the test name. Oh yes, we have to send in. Yeah, I put the comma there, intending to write it, and then I didn't do it. And failing test was test name. Okay. And I just reloaded when we did that, so it's back here. I don't know why. I guess maybe it disconnects. I don't know. Just testing this works. Okay, the WebSocket is working. This right here is indicating that we got a result of the form post. The form post result goes here, but it also sends a WebSocket message here. The Tanco test, I expect this to pass now. Okay, well that didn't work, but so we got some error message from the server. Server died. You did not supply a value for binding parameter test. Okay, so in line 10, line 152, set of sets. Attempt state, line 152. Name equals test. Oh, okay, so old. So how about test is failing test? That's about right. And yes, we did. I actually did want the 0, and I don't think that was there. Okay. That just causes an upload, and that causes this to refresh. And then we try one more time. I think that broke this. So let's refresh it and make sure the WebSocket is working, because the WebSocket is sending all these things. Test. Still errors. Like I said, I expect things to test. It's invalid transition from start to O because it's right, because we're not really in the start state. We're actually in the. Well, I assume we're in the. We could be in either one of those states, but we have to tell the database what state we were actually in. So update attempts, and there's only one record, so I can just say set state equals. We'll say we're in. Oh, what are we in? Say Tanco show. All known tests have passed. That means we are in change mode. So if we refresh this, we're in change mode. There's no focus. That is correct. That's the way things work. You're not focused on any particular test when you are in focus mode. And that's funny, we had a product called focus mode at our last place. All right, so where's my test case? Make sure we have WebSocket working. I think I need to do a little debugging on that. I think as long as it's gray, we're fine. But when it turns red because of a server reboot, then we have to do something. It doesn't reconnect yet. It doesn't reconnect correctly. Tanco test. I'm expecting this now to fail because of this test, and it should say attempt state fixed. Still failed. So yet again, we've had an error raised. Attempt state is not supported. Okay, so binding parameter 1, attempt state. It makes me want to put capital letters in this column. So and that's not the problem, but like I'm about to say attempt state.name, and then I have to say to lower. Oh, we'll do it that way. Doesn't matter. All right, so that happened on. I got to see the error message to find out what place I'm on. Line 204 is where I called this That's this function, but then in commit on line, yes, at line 204, be in some SQL, new state, and so we're going to say dot name dot lower. Yeah, I saved twice, so it's doing that. Rolling again, yeah. Every time I re-update the server, that blocks. I'm not going to even bother testing it. I think it just works as long as it's gray. But I'm not going to bother testing because I keep getting errors here. So I'm expecting now more errors. Hey, but it worked. Okay. So yeah, you see it whenever we send a message, it got that. So we're in a temp state change, and the focus is none, but the result is fail. If I run it again. Yeah, okay, so it did the right thing in the database, but it didn't. That's what should happen. It should be fixed, and then the select state and focus from attempts. The focus didn't get set, but fix got set. Focus equals new focus, new focus. It's TID. Should be TID. New focus should be here. Is what that word should be. The new focus should be set to a number based on this because we had a failing test. And then here, it was when we had a, maybe I should put this transition. Yeah, so we were in change c.x. So change Tanco next in change mode from change state. I'm starting to think maintenance might be a better name for that. So that save that. Let's yeah, it thinks we're in change state right now, so it thinks everything is good. Well, no, it thinks we're in fixed state. So let's update this again. That change equals state equals change. We're going to tell it that everything was going well, and then focus is null. All right, so when we go here, we should get this. Yep, changes focus is null. We run this. I want those. Oop. Foreign key constraint failed. In what way? Again, on line 204. Got mad about this. That state equals new state, focus equals new focus. Schema attempts, right? And the focus integer references test ID. Focus equals new focus. New focus should be the test here. Not here. Here. Select test ID as is regression from test T left join progress P on T. Oh, there's a problem. yeah, we can't just rely on this being here. We have to say aid equals p dot aid and aid equals this, because the left joint, because this could be null, and then there will not be an aid, and so then you get nothing here. But that would only happen if the test that I'm failing had never passed before, but it has passed. This is actually not the problem we're having, but it is a problem. Where aid equals PID. From attempts A, test T, where aid equals blah, blah, blah. Right? And we have to left join. Oh, we don't have to do a left join here, because this will not be null. I'm say test T left join, and so where aid equals aid equals aid, a dot chid equals T dot chid. The challenge ID, where the A's challenge ID is the same as, oh, we have to say and here. And AID is PAID and tname equals test. Do we need this one? No, what we really want should be back where it was before. TID equals PID. Nope, I was wrong. That's handled by this left join, and then but we want to filter out everything that is AID. Yeah, these have to. It has to be for your progress for your attempt. Yeah, so this guarantees you one record, and I think we need to group by a.id, PID. Sorry, a.id. Well, there only will be one. This should not matter. You shouldn't have to do this. All right, let's try that again. Make sure everything is working. Okay. And then we run this. Foreign key constraint failed. All right, so before we do this, let's print out the thing we're setting it to. Print new focus, and then whatever new focus is. It died there. Oh. Refresh, run again. And of course, it fails again, but at least now it should tell us what it thinks the new focus is, ID. New focus is assigned here. Oh, we have to say row. Yeah. Because I was imagining this being a list of values, but it's a dictionary. That's interesting that it did that. Like, why would it do that? It said A, B equals this. Like, why didn't it give me that? Like, why did it allow this? Huh. Because when you iterate through the dictionary, you get its keys. And so then if you have, oh, that's messy. Yeah, that's messy. I don't like that at all. That's I did not expect Python to do that, but of course I should have. Never occurred to me that that would have happened. All right, well, Python, you can still surprise me after all these years. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Attempt state change. Focus none. Result fail. Okay, well, it failed. Now it thinks it's in fix and focus is in 4. That's fine. And it's still, okay, so this is not being updated. But if I pass these tests, something should happen. Tanco test. That's right. That's supposed to happen. This bottom part is right. The top part is not being updated. So why is the top part not being updated? Let's see what's happening in the network log. I expect 2 messages to be sent, and one of them is being ignored. All right, so let's refresh. We have a WebSocket, and now we will see information coming through here. That's because I'm wrapping it in test detail. That's the problem. So HTMX only looks at the top level. So what I'm doing, I have my notify command. I should be looking in app.py. Where is it? My notify command at the very top here. Excuse me. I'm just gonna, yeah, HTML. So in the WebSocket is wrapping it at the WebSocket point, but I want to wrap it here when I say notify. wrap equals true. And then if wrap data, or how about data equals this if wrap. If wrap else data. Save that. Everything's working. Okay. Boom. And then send tests. There. Well, at least change this. So all tests pass. Focus is none. That's right. Although it shouldn't say it should have said. We looked at state. All tests pass. It should say focus is clear or something like that. Focus is clear. I'm trying to think how I can put that on the page to begin with, and I think not easy. Let's say attempt state and focus. State goes here. Focus goes here. And we'll need to send something as soon as we start, which is the whole point of this. The whole point was once you get to this page, what goes here? And right now it's blank, and we need to, and we wouldn't know what to do and what to put there unless we had the state and the focus, which is now going to be stored in the database for on every transaction. But right now, I expected that to work. There was like a little flutter there of something, or it did something else. I'm gonna not send the pass thing. Okay, so if I refresh, we don't know what state we're in. I'm gonna not send the pass thing just as a test to see what happens. Pass.html. First of all, if I look at the, I cleared it. I'm just gonna not send this. All tests are passing, so so it did that. It did put that there. What's wrong with this? I think this is an HTMX thing now. So now we're in HTMX lane. We have to ask. It's like what is the WebSocket thing? So if we click on the WebSocket, we can see where it says it's going. So test detail. So it's forcing everything to be in test detail, but it doesn't need to. What should happen is in the, let's see, in pass, I need to remove that test detail thing. So in pass, we're going to wrap this whole thing in div ID equals test result, not test detail. The reason the reason I did that, I took that away, was because when you click on these, you should be able to browse any test you want, but you're no longer looking at the same thing, right? You're looking at the test, right? This is no longer the live page. I guess it is. I probably need to clean that up. Like clicking on this should just take you to a different page. What I wanted to do is have like a little pop-up here. First of all, these are all going to go away. They're just going to be like little boxes, and then you'll be able to browse over them. And there'll be little gray boxes or green boxes based on whether the test passed or failed. And if you want to like browse the test, that would be a whole new page. But right now, clicking on this overwrites this area over here. Yeah, I think that's right. Like that's actually reasonable. So we need to have something that takes you back to the. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it does. Like I'm thinking that. Basically, yeah, whatever. This doesn't. I'm going to break whatever this behavior right now. Like this doesn't have to be a browsable thing. It could be something where you just open it in a new window, right? And I can just put it over here separately, as if like you're browsing a test that you're not actively running or whatever. The point is they're both in the same spot, so. I think if I just remove that target, when I go to attempt, and I just remove the target from here, I think we're good, as long as we send the data the right way. Hello, James. Welcome. Is it still broken? Okay, that still showed up. And now, if I say, let's put this back on the screen. First of all, put this back on the screen. What are you building? Well, I'll show you in a second here. The test runner. These are the tests that are for a game of Tetris. So first test is you quit. You're getting like command line interface to Tetris, right? So P is print out the matrix. G is I'm going to give you a matrix. These are colors. And then this is the this is after you print it again. You should now have gotten what I gave you, and so on. D clears it, get the score, and so on. And then this is a bug, but this is the line about clearing a empty line. And then I'm trying to run the tests, and it should tell me that the test has passed. This is a WebSocket connection. Oh, thank you. I'm hoping to make this open for people to use. If you wanna be notified, right now I don't have like a mailing list or anything, but I have a Discord, tangentcode.com. Go to Tangent Code and click on community, and you can join this Discord, or you can watch this channel, I guess. Thank you. I made this test for Tetris like 10 years ago, and I used to hang out in a learn programming channel, and I would always give this to people. And then now it's I want to make a business out of it. So it's going to be free for this test is going to be free, but I want to make other tests that are whatever. Anyway, so the goal is now when I run this test, it said, oh, right. So today in particular, I'm working on this thing. There's a state machine, because the idea is like right now you're running things in the command line. You can do that however you want, but when you go to this page, what does it show you? What I want it to say is you failed a test. You got to get that test passing. And I think the database is working correctly to do that, to make that happen, but it's not showing it yet. And I'm having some issues with HTMX. Okay, attempt state is changed. Focus is clear. That's right. So all the tests passed. And so all my tests passed. Whatever state I was in, all the tests passed puts me in change mode. Maintenance mode, right, basically. But the problem is this text is supposed to go in here. That's attempt state. That's the ID is attempt state. And here, the ID is attempt state. So there should not be two things with the same ID. But it still went to test detail. So HTMX is this newfangled library for like a web library. Okay, why did that happen? This had previously said target is attempt detail, test detail. So I guess that in the network, let's refresh. And if we look at this is a WebSocket connection. I thought I had fixed this, but let's double check. So we sent a message. Oh, it's being stuck in test detail. Oh, I know why. Duh. I had made a function called notify here, and I gave it a parameter, and then I did not set it to false when I didn't want it to wrap the thing. So whenever I do state, then I'm just gonna make a new function called notify state. Oh wait, notify state, and it's going to be state and focus. State and focus. And then when I come up here, kind of a weird place to put things, I'm going to say async def notify state, state and focus. Yes, that's right. Is that right? Oh, shoot, and I need a code. Yeah, render template. State focus. Yeah, that's right. And then we're going to say wrap if false. So everywhere I do this, so I pretend I send this particular template, I need to not wrap it in the. And what's wrong with this? Await. I'm going to get the HTML and put it over here. HTML. Just to make that look nicer, and say HTML is this. And wrap equals false. Okay, so then wherever I call that, here notify state and focus. And then here, so this is where we notify that this is the server side code for when a test has failed. Oh, look, I have a bookmark, unintentional. And then same thing here. So I need to call this thing notify. I say await notify state. state and focus is just empty. And then this can come back. This was wiping out the text, so I didn't see the text at all a minute ago. Now I think it's good. All right, so that updated the server, which broke my WebSocket connection, and it's not repairing itself yet, so I have to refresh. And I see a new WebSocket connection, so I'll have this here to debug just in case. But I think that when I run this, it's going to put me in, as it should, change mode, maintenance mode, meaning that all tests have passed. So, because all tests are going to pass. Boom, boom. Ah, come on. I didn't send in the code. So each person has an attempt, like, or you can have multiple attempts at the same challenge. I see it, James. Each person has the same, and thank you. And each person has to have a code. So we have to pass the code into here. So each attempt has a code, a randomly generated code, uniquely identifying the attempt. And so. Stay focused. All the tests passed. Doesn't show anything because the WebSocket was down. Perfect. And if I break the test, if I break the local implementation, and I run with the compiler first, temp state fix, focus is 4. It probably should be like test number 4, test ID 4. Test is not supposed to, oh, it is. But we know the name, right? It could just be the test name. Like we know the name of the test at the point at which we generate that data. So whenever we say state like focus, that's a set. Instead of sending this, we should send a string back. In fact, we're claiming to send a string back, but we don't send a string back. The new focus, and so should be the new name should be the failing test. And that's it. That's the change. And now if we do that, refresh this, it'll tell us what, oh, broke something. I have an error somewhere because I lost the E. Yes. Where is that happening? On line 129 in database mode. No, in module. The line is 129 here. I accidentally deleted an E. Empt. This is a long function. Tricky. Don't like that. I like functions that fit on a screen, but then my screen is so tiny here that tiny for me. This is failing because the server's down. Still doesn't show anything because we don't know what to show. There we go. And now it shows the state. So now as soon as we get to this page, we want to show this. That's the next thing. But let me commit this. Yes. Yeah, Tanco. Git add Tanco. See if there's anything in particular that I need to. Probably could have broken that into 2 commits, but let's just say implement and state transitions and show resulting state and focus. Okay, this is it's probably like my longest video ever. It was supposed to be the short one. But it works. I do want to show this next. I do want to like fill this in as quickly as possible. Let's just fill that in and just show the original. At least on that page. At least show the state, even if we're not showing the full data. Just show the original state. And so that would be just get attempt. So attempt. We have the state and the focus. But we need the t.name here. T.name as focus. Oops. But we have to left join it from attempts A. So move this over here, and then at the bottom we're going to put, or at the end, with attempts A left join tokens T on, not tokens, why am I saying tokens? Tests T. Tests T on A.id is equal to D.aid. No, wow. On A dot focus is equal to T dot ID. Okay. And then in the temp, then in the then in the template, we can fill that data in. Is it data.state? Data.state and then focus. And I wish I could include this and have that. But I have the variable names are different. I'll just duplicate it for now. And learn more about Jinja later. Jinja being this template syntax. Data.focus. I know you can create blocks in Jinja, so I may figure out how to do that, or read up on how to do that. And then I can import these little widgets or whatever. State fix, focus is clear. That cannot be right. You have data.focus. Focus io.p, and then you can at least click on it over here and figure out what io.p is for yourself and read about it. That's good enough. That was what I wanted to do. That was the whole point of this. Obviously, it can be better, but at least you can get at the data. You know the two most important pieces of information. You need to fix something, or are you in change mode, or are you done, or are you at the start, or whatever. And we're just going to say show state and focus on initial visit to attempt page on initial attempt display. Okay, that's it. That's what I set out to do. I have my state machine. I'm able to navigate it. You know, I probably missed a bug or two, but at least when I go to this page, I see the actual state, or you see the actual state, and from there you can figure out what you need to do. It'll be cleaned up, but it doesn't have to look nice. It just has to be usable. The next big thing is authentication, and I need to. So there's one minor thing, which is send the. Just set up the database. Just initialize the database when you first install Tanco, because right now you have to like dig into a Python wheel or something to find it, or egg or whatever. And so that's not good. We need to have the command actually do something for you. And then 2 is set up authentication. So this login thing actually right now like takes you here, but it doesn't set a cookie or anything. So all the rest of the requests don't know about that. And so basically all the to-dos that say check that this user actually owns this and check that the user is, you know, we have to know who the user is. So that's like the next major push. Setting up the database ought to be easy. It should just be like run a SQL command and create a database in a particular place. And then it's technically ready to launch, like for alpha. Like it's not ready for people to test, but I strongly want to get this set up so that there's another WebSocket talking to this thing, you know, talking to the runner, so that you can control everything from right here. And when you do that, now we're in a whole new ball game here. But I did realize some issues this, you know, earlier in the stream where, like, you know, what if you got issues where you can't even run the code? We still have to send that back, and that's not something that I'm currently doing. So that might introduce another state that is not even a test failure, right? It's just like, you know, things are broken. If the basic communication to the system is broken, right? Most probably running your code is broken, because there's no way we can tell the system that you can't talk to each other. But I mean, there might be another button up here that's, you know, that has a status, that has a different kind of status, which is whether the WebSocket connection from the runner is working. Yeah, this is the one to the server. And once we have that, then now the client can go anywhere. We can put it in the cloud, and you don't have to run this on your local machine. You just log into the site, and then, you know, we give you an editor and all that kind of stuff. But there'll always be the point where you know, there will always be the option to run this client on your local machine, so that you can just do all your development locally, and also so that you can use a language that, like, our cloud system doesn't support, and all that junk. So the client with the command line stuff has to come first, and then it's like the two things are, one is clean up the client, or yeah, we need to clean up all the code, but that's not essential, right? That can wait until people are giving me feedback on the, you know, does anybody want to use this thing, right? And right, so but the two things are once you log in. But I mean, once all that's done, once I'm like at launch mode, then one is setting up this conduit so that we can control the client from the front end. And then the second thing is to actually work through these tests and like revise them, because like the text shouldn't have all these little colons on the side, but it did for historical reasons, because that was how we were parsing it. I want to rewrite the test, and that might involve changing the format of the test itself. And like, so I just want to do a pass through that where I study, you know, where I clean this up and rewrite all these things and make it, you know, I can put pictures in now and that kind of thing because now it's in HTML. And likewise, on the back end, like maybe it shouldn't be saying, it shouldn't be printing out so much stuff, which I guess I've suppressed the printing now. But if you say Tanco show, say Tanco next, oh whatever, I'd have to pass it to it, and then I could get the next one, and then I could show that. Point is, you shouldn't be able to see it. It should just say like click here to see the test description or whatever, so you can see what you're working on. And so in the database locally, you would just have like a URL. You would just have these URLs. Go here and see what's going on. And that way, you're not working off of out of date stuff. Even if you are working locally, I'd like to get it set up inside of like VS Code, like a VS Code extension, so that you never see this. You just only see this, and this shows up in a page in VS Code, and then it's all just right there. Yeah. Anyway, I've, like I said, been at this for almost 5 hours now, so much for my short thing, and I appreciate everybody that came by and hung out with me while I was working on this, and everybody that watches in the future. Yeah, thanks. If you saw that tangentcode.com, you can come by here and go to tangentcode.com and click on community, join the Discord, and you'll find out about this and try it out, or say like and subscribe to this channel. And I'll see you soon. Thanks a lot. Adios.